All right, this is your call out in the pits. And I can say that like Taz today because my voice is a little scratchy. Out in the pits. Let's have no box to 6 and 7, trophy to 8 and 9, super junior to 5, novice junior to 4. Once again, no box 6 and 7, trophy 8 and 9, super junior to 5, novice junior to 4. Your one and only timed run. Let's go. All right, no box. 6 and 7, this is your call. No box, 6 and 7. Trophy 8 and 9. Trophy 8 and 9. Super to 5, novice to 4. Call for your one and only time run. This is your call. All right, juniors, listen up before we get motors running and you can't hear me so good. Pullen Family Racing has stepped up once again today, and we have $50 available to the best reaction time in the first round for novice junior and super junior, both combined actually. So a $50 bill for whichever junior has the best reaction time in first round of action, just like yesterday. Yesterday, Laney Thomas, trip zips, perfect light, took that $50 bill home with her. So who gets it today? Also, a couple of bounties on the heads today. They are $10 today, two $10 bounties, and the bounties are on the heads of yesterday's winners. That would be Jace Loomis and novice and Jill Full in super. Bounties on their heads, $10 to whoever takes them out today, if you can do it. So juniors, a little extra money on the table for you racing today. Ladies and gentlemen, I am handing the map. Let's try this again. Ladies and gentlemen, I am handing the mic over to our track chaplain, Lynn Garland, for the invocation on today's racing event.
Let's all bow our heads. Father, we seek blessing on the tasks before us. Give us guidance and strength to fulfill all expectations. I ask that you watch over all the staff as they perform their jobs. Keep all the drivers, big and small, and everyone on these grounds safe and out of harm's way. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Lynn. Let's go racing. All right, motorcycles, this is your call. No box bike. Take you to 5, box bike to 4. No box bike to 5, box bike to 4. Sportsman, you are on standby. All right, sportsmen, let's get you moving. All right, sportsmen, let's get you moving. Let's get you up here, lane 6 and 7, sportsmen. Let's go. One and only time run, sportsmen. Box, you are on standby. Motorcycles, box and no box, you should be in the lanes. Motorcycles, box and no box, you've been called to the lane. Sportsmen, let's have you up here as well for your one and only time run. Sportsmen 6 and 7 for your timed run. Just got notification that we have nobody in the tech building today, so if you have a tech card in your hand that needs to be turned in, just bring it up to the tower and hand it to Shelby herself. So tech cards, just bring them on up to the tower and hand them to Shelby herself, please. All right, box to 8 and 9. Your one and only timed run. Box to 8 and 9. This is your call. Your one and only timed run. Box to 8 and 9, please. Box to 8 and 9. Box to 8 and 9. Your one and only timed run. Box, let's have you up here. 8 and 9. Your one and only timed run here today before we go racing. All right, no box, first round. No box, first round, 6 and 7. No box, first round. Let's have you 6 and 7, please. Buy in no box, Brennan Wheats, car number 9X85, the white trash Vega. Brennan Wheats, you're our buy in no box. To 8-9, first round action. Trophy to 8-9, first round action. Super to 5, novice to 4, first round action. Trophy to 8-9, first round. Super to 5, novice to 4, first round action. Our trophy by Andrew Dykema. Andrew Dykema, you are the trophy by. Car number 9X, actually it's a truck. Truck number 9X57, Andrew Dykema, the buy in trophy. Our buys in juniors, Super Junior by Ruby Clark. Ruby Clark, you are a buy in Super Junior. In Novice Junior, our buy Mason McGlynn. Mace, you are our buy in Novice Junior. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Face the flag. Cover your hearts. Gentlemen, please remove your hats as we honor the United States of America with a playing of our national anthem. This party started. Motorcycles, box, no box bike are by Leon Robinson. No box bike are by Leon Robinson. Box bike are by Robert Murphy. Box bike are by Robert Murphy. Sportsman by car 1749, Greg Wheats. Sportsman by car 1749, Greggy Wheats. And are by in box car number ZX79, the newly converted Chevrolet man, Scott Ziegenhorn. Scott Ziegenhorn are by in box. Right, up here having a conversation with one of our juniors, not doing my job. So here we go. First round of eliminations for our no box class. This is Pete McGlynn in the FBD and Jenny Wilson in her Camaro. Jenny gets about a 2-second handicap head start over the dragster, but turns on the red light. 005 red was the flavor, and that'll be it for her first round. She might buy back. We shall see. Jacob Miner, I believe, in the third generation Camaro. Over in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Mountain car, the first generation Camaro, and you can see right here how much these cars changed in about 20 years. Jacob with about 300ths in his back pocket, and he'll get that win. 43 to the 7 on his 741. Jim Pruitt, the Beretta. Ryan Robinson in the big red Monte Carlo. I think Robinson's is about a 78. That's what it looks like to me anyway. And I used to have a car just like this. It was a family car. It was a two-door nonetheless. Beige in color. We drove it for several years. Great car. 013 red for Jimmy, and that hands the win to the big red Monte Carlo. They both break out. Doesn't matter. Robinson probably saw the red light come on nonetheless, so he kept her to the floor. 631 with a 6 on his 633 dial. .041 up front for Robinson. Mike Clark in the Monte Carlo following another one down the strip. This one's about 10 years newer. These mid-'80s to late 80s Monte Carlos, popular race cars here at Cordova, and Mike runs out a stellar example of that. Taking on Scotty Parker in his motorcycle. '84 Kawasaki is what Parker is piloting, and he's in at 597. The bike's got about 400ths advantage on the hit, and he'll get the win. Goes 611 on his 597. Clark a little tighter on the ET, but he gave it away on the hit. And we'll see if he buys back for second round action. Dale Jones in that beautiful 65 Coronet. Been running this car many years now. I've seen it go down the track many times. Have yet to see a speck of dirt on this machine. And Tyler Barsama, Big Sister's Oldsmobile Cutlass. Did really well yesterday. Won a lot of runs with a Cuddy. Slight advantage to Jones, and the win to Jones. He takes Tyler out first round. That doesn't happen very often. 43 with a 9 on his 39. 036 up front for Dale Jones. Steve Pifkin out with us this weekend. Good to have him and his family here. Put this Dodge together a few years ago. Told me that was kind of his dream car. So I've been racing it for, I'm going to say at least 5 years. Good success. Derek Snodgrass went a lot of rounds yesterday with the Fast Falcon. Snodgrass has him on the hit. And sure enough, he gets the win. 731 on the 729. 040 up front for the Ford. Trophy, you should be in the lanes. Juniors, you should be in the lanes. The 37 Chevrolet throws me a little bit. This is Kevin Lancaster. Every time I see these cars, they always got headlights protruding from the front end, and Kevin's removed those for aerodynamic reasons, I'm sure. So, but slick looking race car nonetheless. Parker Zinnerman in his Firebird. Dial at 6:30. Should have come off the line at the same time, and they did. Almost identical reaction times. Breakout run for Lancaster in the 37. 11 over for Parker Zimmerman. 0:25 reaction time. Racing Jason Huggins in the Vega. Cole Robinson in the Adrian's Auto Malibu. Racing Jason also did some good work yesterday. Went 3 or 4 rounds with the little Vega wagon. Not much difference on the hit between these two drivers. Win's going to go to Jason. 55 with a 5 on his 54. Neither had a light that they're going to write home to mama about, but it was good enough for Huggins as he'll get the win. Looks like Maureen Lancaster in the 69 RSSS Camaro in the burnout box. Got a soft spot for these cars. Used to own one. Had a 67, you had a 68. Never had a 69 though. And this is a fine, fine example of one right here. Terry Hiller in the Vega. See how Terry does. Yesterday, I believe he went out early with the sedan and went rounds with the Vega wagon. Not today. 009 red for Heller. So Maureen's going to get the win. She's only 2 over, dead on with a 2. So pretty good ET for Maureen Lancaster. This is a Fairlane, Ford Fairlane over here by the tower. Beautiful example of a race car. These things make great looking race cars. Just so snappy. Troy Stender in this red machine taking on Jay Steering, who came into the weekend leading in points in our no box class. Troy with an advantage on the hit. Jace breaks out. Win. Troy Stender. 54 the 1 on his 53. 0:35 up front for Troy. Mike Peterson Jr., 67 Camaro. First year for the Camaro, 1967. Tyler Brooks in the Tangerine Dream. That orange Monte Carlo. Tyler won our race yesterday, our modified race yesterday, no box class. Trying to repeat, double up. Tyler's got 400s advantage on the head, and he's going to take that to a win. 20 over, 0:47 up front for Tyler, and he locks Peterson out big time there. So Brooks starting off the day like he ended the day yesterday with a win. Stevie Johnson, another mid-80s Monte Carlo. Like I told you, we got a lot of them here. They make great race cars. Taking on Thomas Clemmy in his motorcycle, the Suzuki. Red light start for Johnson. Oh my gosh. He started that car on Saturday and it's Sunday. That was really red. So Clemmy will take the win. Chris Setzer in the Tesla, double dealing. He runs in modified / no box and also in sportsman with this car. won the sportsman class last year. He wins rounds in no box as well. Jeremy Murphy on the Suzuki. Setzer not with his usual stellar light, and that's going to cost him. Murphy 018 up front, 16 over on the 585 dial. Siobhan Warner, third generation Camaro. Got his boy standing right next to me here in the tower. He is a very interested observer right now. You get on Jeff Cook in that bullet-shaped Camaro. Fourth generation, I believe these cars were. This is a fine example. These things look fast when they're standing still. Sponsored by Motion Raceworks, Rife Sensors, TBM Brakes, Mark Williams, and Fluid Works. Cook's got Siobhan in some problem here and he breaks out. The win to Siobhan Warner. The arms go up for his son. He gets the win. 670 with a 5 on the 667 dial. Cook had him on the hit. Took too much stripe. Lost the race. Bobby Inch Jr. is Nova. Sponsored by Ince Towing, JoJo's Convenience Store, Begler Performance, his parents. Nate Schroeder, the B. Richin S10. Red light start for Nader. Inch Jr. with a win just like that. All right, motorcycles. Let's get no box bike up to 5, box bike to 4. Motorcycles, no box bike to 5, box bike to 4. Your call, first round eliminations. Brennan Wheat's our buy run. He really, man, oh man, he got drawn for that. He don't need it. Brennan's been just killing it lately, taking out one competitor after another. Went to the final 2 weeks ago with this same car. I think he semifinal yesterday, if I remember correctly. Might have been 5 left when Brennan was still in it. He's had a good last few weeks of racing with a little Chevrolet. Dead on with a 6, 011 up front, 017 package, and that is how you go rounds. Trophy coming at you. Brandon Phillips in the big 4-door black Impala. The Impaler Impala. Turtle Cole by the tower. They're going quarter mile, and Turtle is going to have to watch Brandon go down the racetrack for 6 solid seconds in the door car before he gets to drop the hammer on the motorcycle. Brandon might make half track. Turtle with a great light nonetheless. Oh, and he has an issue. I think he missed a gear. So the win is going to go to Brandon Phillips as I heard Turtle get past the 8th mile marker, and I think he missed a gear on the bike. Because the RPMs went up, the bike didn't go anywhere. So Brandon Phillips with a win. Then first round a trophy. Brent Schwab in the electric SUV. Ran this truck yesterday as well. Andrew Dykema and the gasoline-powered pick-em-up truck. Clean and green. Wyndham Dykema. 1265 with a 7 on the 1262 dial. 023 on the hit for Andrew. Once again, bikes to the lanes, no box to 5, box to 4. The future of our drag racing here at Cordova. These are our juniors, Super Junior out first, the faster ones. They can dial as fast as 750 to the 8th, and many of them do. Kaylee Dieters by the tower went to semifinals last night with her little blue dragster. Taking on Frankie McGlynn, who I think did quarterfinals last night with her pink and black machine. Frankie's in at 790. Kaylee's at 750. Couple young ladies towing the line, ready to go to battle. .025 on the hit for Frankie. Frankie McGlynn with the win. 22 over, 025 up front on her 790. Pretty good run for Frankie McGlynn. Leighton Cryer by the tower. Leighton moved up to Super Junior last year from Novice Junior and is doing quite well. Came into the weekend number 2 in points in Super. So far so good for Leighton. And that's Mr. Leighton Cryer to everybody who's listening after his victory in Novice last year. Landon Ernst with his patriotic scheme. Nice eagle on the side. Good looking junior dragster. In the Berkey's Farm Store lane. Red light start for Leighton. And Landon gets the win just like that. Jamison Clark, Berkey's Farm Store lane. Getting ready to toe the line. His dad about to put him in the beams, taking on Loudon Ernst. Yet another patriotic scheme. I'm loving this thing with the Ertz family. Sponsored by Klein Automotive. He's a runner out of Thompson. Both of them with heavily red, white, and blue going on with their little dragsters. J-Mo drops the hammer too quick, turns on the red light. 021 up front for Loudon Ernst and the win. He ends up going dead on with a 1. 022 package, Loudon Ernst. Good run. One of our 2 Barnstormer engineering machines. This is Allie Coonan. Good to have the Coonans here this weekend. They're not here every weekend, but they are this, and it's great to have them. Good racing kids, too. They're tough. But he's got a tough customer in James Full. Full in the Berkey's Farm Store lane, Coonan in the Freedom Motorsports side. Double 03 on the hit for Coonan. And she gets the win. 898 with a 4 on her 895. Checking this junior dragster out yesterday. Beautiful paint scheme. Kendall Rockwell. Bright pink and black. Pro Street sponsorship on the side. Turnbull Performance on the side. Cal's Creations. This is just a fine example of a race car. Taking on Calvin Holt. Sponsored by Team Live On, Holt Family Racing, and RMR Services. So good to have the Rockwells with us this weekend. And why not? We have the #1 junior program in the Midwest. Kendall's got an advantage on reaction time. Double breakout win for Calvin Holt. Rockwell takes way too much stripe. Calvin Holt, 888 with a 4 on the 890. I think we got 3 juniors sponsored by Chopper's Bar and Grill. This is one of them, Bailey Painter. Freedom Motorsports Lane taking on Remington Snodgrass. Spectator side. Got a bit of advantage on the hit. Can he make it work at the stripe? Yes, he can. 791 with a 4 on the 790. Remington Snodgrass, your winner. 047 reaction time. Here comes our points leader and still points leader over in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. That is Alexa Burlett in her Purple Haze machine. Sponsored by Burlett Auto Works, Sir Grampy Snap-On, Brad and Debbie Hunt, AG Venture, Dobson Welding, and also an unnamed sponsor taking on Cammie Verkler. Cammie was well up in the points too coming into this weekend. Yep, number 3 for Cammie. So a couple of young ladies who are high in the point standings right now. This could definitely mean something for who is #1 in the points next week. Alexa with her usual stellar light. And I hear her pedaling it. Oh, double breakout win. Cammie Verkler as Alexa takes way too much stripe. And when I say way too much, man, that's only 400ths too much stripe, and Alexa's out first round. Cammie Verkler, 806 with a 9 on her 807, so she was only 1,000ths under. And Alexa was 4,000ths under, so that decided the race. So, juniors, you can make up some ground on Lexi now. She's be back. She'll be making half points, but now is the time to make hay. Luke Kaufman, Tanner Liston, Kaufman, Freedom Motorsports side. Liston, Berkey's lane. Back pocket, so he's got Luke in some prob. Harley Clark in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. Briarland Snodgrass. Freedom Motorsports side. Briarland running out of Albany. Marley's is sponsored by Revive Cafe, Sears Seating, Triple E Sales, and DNN Embroidery. Briarland with about 300ths advantage reaction time. Clark, 8:15 on the 8:05. Jaden Reeves in the red and black. Berkey's Farm Store lane. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Printing Plus and Chucky's Tenderloins running against E.J. McGlynn out of Long Grove, Iowa. Right here by the tower. E.J. gives away 300ths on the hit. Jaden has him in trouble. Double breakout win, Jaden Reeves. 792 with a 3 on his 793 dial. Yesterday's winner in Super Junior, Jillian Foal over here by the tower. Chloe McGlynn taking her on. Chloe's in that spectator lane. Chloe's trying to take her out and earn an extra $10 as there's a bounty on Jill's head. Red light start for Chloe McGlynn, and Jillian Foal will win it right there. Gunner Painter, Choppers Bar and Grill, Dragster Biden in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Taking on Laney Thomas, who won our reaction time challenge in juniors yesterday with a Trip Zips Perfect Light first round. Sponsored by Flying Brian Fern, Lucas Smith Racing, and Chassis Concepts. .002 on the hit for Gunner Painter. Yowza. And he gets the win. 895 with a 1 on the 893. Landon Cook, the Motion Race Works machine. Been running this thing for several years. This is a great looking junior dragster. Got the little canopy on it and everything. Wow. Jackson Reeves, one of my tower buddies, comes up and helps me out, announcing from time to time in that spectator side. Almost identical reaction times. Breakout run for Jackson Reeves, and Landon Cook dead on with a 6:015 up front. Good little lap for Landon Cook. That gives him an 021 package. Maddie McGlynn, Freedom Motorsports Lane. Gracie Schaefer in the spectator side. And let's have you up here. First round, Sportsman 6 and 7, first round action. Let's have you. He's got a great advantage on reaction time. It's a big one. And Gracie breaks out trying to make up the difference. Maddie McGlynn, 8:06 with a 4 on the 8:03. Looks like our bye run, Miss Ruby Clark. You'll probably kill me for saying this, but it always shocks me when I see how grown up she is these days. Young lady. Back when her dad started drag racing, I used to carry her up to the starting line while he raced and Grandpa helped out with the car. And now she is a young lady drag racing all on her with a Super Junior machine. In our novice junior class, these kids can start racing at 6 years old, and we have that happen. Another Barnstormers car. Perky's Farm Store Lane, that's Jacob Coonan. Taking on Jace Loomis, who won yesterday's race in novice. So Jake Coonan got a chance to earn an extra $10 since there's a bounty on Jace Loomis's head. Jake Coonan, sponsored by Barnstormers Engineering, Jace Loomis, Choppers Bar and Grill. Jace has quite the advantage on the hit, but I hear somebody mixing it up out there cylinder-wise. Might not be running right. Jacob Coonan earns himself an extra $10 with the win. $13.90 with a 4 on his $13.90. Wow, tight right there on the AT. Next round action, Elijah Warner, who was up in the tower helping me out just a little bit ago. He's racing now, taking on Lydia Coonan, another Barnstormers Engineering machine. There's 3 of them. Probably said 2 earlier. I was wrong. But Elijah pushes a tree too hard, red light, and Lydia gets the win. She ends up going 1188 with a 4 on her 1190 dial. Kai Cryer came into this weekend leading points. Copper Machine in the Freedom Motorsports lane. Sponsored by Crazy Joe's Wraps, Blue Collar Rods and Rides, taking on Delilah Sawville, the Wrap Rat Machine, sponsored by Printing Plus. Oh, Delilah, red light. Kai with a win. Delilah had red light-itis yesterday as well as she tries to learn how to launch her little dragster. This is only her second year running this car. It does take a while. This is how you train to drag race. It takes a while to learn how to do this, and these kids are all just learning. Our bye, Mason McGlynn. Tell you what, Mace might as well take a shot at the tree and see if she can earn herself an extra $50 if she's on the buy. All right, Gunner Painter, 002 Light, you are our $50 winner in our Best Reaction Time Challenge, first round eliminations. Thanks to the Pullen Family Racing. So, Gun, come on up and see me. I got your $50 bill. Thomas Turtle Cole by the Tower, Mike White, Spectator Lane. Win to the Turtle Man. 567 with a 2 on the 66. Box, we'll take you to 8 and 9. Box to 8 and 9, please. Box, first round eliminations to 8 and 9. Carter taking on Joe Clemmy. Kyle with issues. Bike does not launch. Clemmy's going to get the win. 601 with a 4 on the 597. Joe having a fine weekend racing. Took out his brother Tom in yesterday's event. Once again, box to 8 and 9. First round eliminations, box 8 and 9. Tom Clemmy by the tower. Randy Lynch, 005 on the hit, so Tommy might have some problems, and sure enough, he does. Tommy gets beat first round. Not Tom's weekend, that is for sure. 606 with a 5, so dead on with a 5 for Lynch. 005 up run, 011 package, Randy Lynch. Nice run, and that takes the points leader out first round. Jeremy Wildman by the tower, Joe Clemmy. Spectator lane. Up here having a little fun with Gunner. He came up to collect his $50 and we're seeing if maybe loans are in order here, but I don't think so. 577 with a 2 on the 571 dial. Joe Clemmy the win. Breakout run, Jeremy Wildman. And here is our buy, Robert Murphy. Not sure if Robert's ever going to paint his bike. Been running it flat black like this all season long. But I can attest to the fact that paint is very expensive. Just got a car painted a couple months ago, and my bank account was empty by the time we got it done. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And boy, that sure sounded like he looked like he launched it in second gear. Or it shifted into second not long after he dropped the hammer. And onward we go with Sportsman. Box, you've been called to 8 and 9. Box to 8 and 9. Phil Masick in the Nova. Terry Heller, the Vega. These two have faced off many, many times as they are both long-time runners here at Cordova Dragway. $5,000's advantage for Masick. Double breakout win, Phil Masick. 1262 on the 1263. John Stickler showed up with his Camaro yesterday, went a lot of rounds with his gunmetal green Chevrolet, taking on Jason Smith, the AMC Javelin out of LeClaire. Stickler, 031 red. Smith, the win. Norm Wheats, the blue Trans Am. I'm sure Pontiac has an interesting name for that color blue. It's beautiful, I know that. Taking on Brandon Phillips in the Impala. Clean and green by both these competitors. And if you're listening on the radio, I'm not going to say your reaction times. Win, Brandon Phillips. 1480 on the 73, 008 light for Brando. Here comes Bucky, the Green Bay Packer fan, and that red Firebird. Me and him go back and forth on football a little bit over the wintertime as I root for the Bears. Yes, I'm one of those kind. And he's a Packer. Sponsored by Grape Ape Racing, CNB Racing, and AA, taking on Christopher Peterson in the 56 Chevrolet. Good green light starts for both these competitors. And the win goes to Peterson on a double breakout round. He goes up 12.23 with a 3 on the 12.28 as Bucky took way too much stripe. 13.70 on the 79, and Peterson had him on the hit as well, 007. Andrew Dykema, the S-Dime. Jamie Rexroad out here with his Malibu today. Win goes to Dykema, 1266 with the 6 on the 60 dial. Rexroad had him on the hit, couldn't make it work at the stripe, likely gave the stripe back to him, cost him the race. Greg Wheats, the challenger, saw him in the staging lanes cleaning the windshield on this thing a little while ago. See, I'm looking forward to a stellar light out of Greggy after he has his windshield so clean. Chris Tesler in the Tesla. Green. Breakout run for Wheats, win for Setzer. Dead on with a 2, 030 light, and that is why Chris Setzer has a class championship under his belt. Go with box. Yesterday's box champion, first out today, Dan Beal. And we'll see what last night's celebration does to him as he's up here right away, first round. Taking on Jeff Wheats in the Barracuda. Sponsored by Bushy's Bar and Grill, Memories in the Making, Katie Tucker, and Allen's Automotive. Beal, the patriarch of Beal Family Racing. Red light start for Dan Beal. Jeffy Wheats, 042 on the hit. He breaks out, doesn't matter. Trooper Dan Lasart's River City's Engineering Dragster. Also sponsored by Bellevue Transportation over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, taking on Bobby Ince Jr., the Ince Towing Nova. Also sponsored by Shepherd Engine Development and JoJo's Convenience Store. Almost identical on the hit. Win to Bobby Ince Jr., 85 with a 5 on the 83 as the Trooper breaks out. Brian Thomas and his dragster hoping to go some rounds today. Got kicked in first round yesterday. I think he bought back and might have got kicked second round as well. So not a great day of racing for BT. Looking to change that right here, right now. PJ Mazuka by the tower for a change. Man, he's almost always in that spectator lane all day long with the Titan Electric Mobile. So let's see if pushing him by the tower does anything to PJ. PJ gets the win. Actually, Brian Thomas got the win. PJ went too fast. He broke out. He didn't look back. Thomas was nowhere near him. And he went too fast, breaking out by 1/1000th of a second. Oh, my gosh, PJ is going to be kicking himself as Brian Thomas gets the win, even though it looked like he had mechanical issues and the trans brake did not release on the starting line. Ince, the rest 10. The Vega. Red light start for the Vega. It ends up going 599 with a 0 on the 601 for the victory. As the Vega suffers from premature acceleration. Kenny Barsama and his dragster by the tower. Barsama is in the World Series Cordova Hall of Fame as a family, and they should be. Been racing at this track, I'm going to say at least 40 years. Oh, 16 on the hit for Kenny. And he wins. Sean Dieters, Freedom Motorsports Lane. Sean won our box race 2 weeks ago in this very same dragster. Jay Wilson piloting his dad's blue Camaro this weekend. 300ths advantage for Dieters. He'll take that to win. 12 over on his 018 light. So 030 package for Sean Dieters for first round. Tony Pullen. And the brick on wheels, you might say. Wow, that Blazer not very aerodynamic, but it runs hard. He's in the Berkey's lane, taking on Scotty Marsden in the dragster. Three on the hit for Pullen. Double breakout win for Scotty Marsden as Tony takes too much stripe. Marsden 700 under, 7 thousandths under, I should say. 021 up front as Pullen owned him on the hit by 200ths, but took way too much stripe, cost him the race. Ron Wallone in the deuce. The burgundy red machine taking against Ted Cannon and his motor on a stick. Wallone turns on the old red eye. 006 red was his flavor, you might say. Cannon with a win. 043 on the light. 491 with a 3 on his 490 dial. Brady Wolf, the Turbo LS motored dragster in the Berkey's Farm Store lane. Jake Stansberry, big block injected machine by the tower. All different ways of motivation to go drag racing with your dragster on the line. Identical 019 lights. Win to Jake Stansberry, 7 thousandths of a second difference at the stripe. What a drag race between those two. Stansberry ends up dead on with a 4. 019 light. Brady ends up dead on with a 9. 019 light. Wow. What a race. Jake comes out on top. Here's Chrissy Dieters in her 66 Le Mans. Get you up here, second round. No box, second round. Ben Wolf in his Turbo Power Adder dragster. Ben's the dad, Brady's the son. Chrissy Dieters with a win, 94 the 5, honor set 593. Tricky Ricky Berkler, our points leader coming into the weekend, is a little shorty dragster by the tower. Mark Clark trying to put a damper on his points chase. Sponsored by Triple E Sales, Sarah Seating, his wife, and the Triangle Inn. He's in that silver Camaro. Clark 008 red, Verkler 008 green, and that's your drag race. Mick Magner, great racing yesterday with the Maloney's Pub dragster. My gosh, he went all the way to the semifinals. Great day for him. I'm sure he was thrilled. And talk about great days. Bobby Ince Sr. in that blue dragster all the way to final round. Where him and the eventual winner, Dan Beal, had identical reaction times. Dan a little better on his ET. He takes the win, but Ince Sr. was extremely happy with the results yesterday. Let's see if he can do it again. Ince, sponsored by Ince Family Towing. Mick with an advantage on the hit. He's going to get the win. 5:02 with a 2 on the 5:01. Here comes 5-time. That's Pat McGlynn. I don't think Pat really has a lane preference, but he seems to come up by the tower if he has a choice. Taking on Anthony Lane, and I don't think Anthony has one either, but Anthony is usually in that spectator side. So a couple of many-time champions side by side, first round. And what a matchup this is. You could very likely see this in many finals in our box class. No box to the lanes for second round. No box. Trophy to 8-9, second round. Let's have you up here. 013 light for Pat, 014 for Anthony. The win goes to Pat McGlynn as Anthony breaks out. Pat McGlynn dead on with a 2, 013 up front. Super Junior to 5, Novice Junior to 4. Super Junior to 5, Novice Junior to 4. Brian Barton, the Oldsmobile Bubble. Freedom Motorsports Lane taking on Rich Kent in the Top Fuel Comet. Red light start, Barton. Win for Kent in the Mercury. And the winged machine will come back around for second round. Brandon Phillips, his dragster. Just saw him a few minutes ago in his black Impala. He comes double loaded to every race. Stormin' Norman Wheats in his classic Dodge. Pretty similar lights. Racing super tight here today. Boy, everybody's cutting good lights. You guys are on it. 012 for the light for Brandon. 017 the light for Storm and Norman. Win to Brandon Phillips. 536 with the 2 on his 34. Once again, we'll take no box to the lanes. We'll take trophy to the lanes. We'll take super to the lanes. We'll take novice to the lanes for your second round. Joe Clemming to motorcycle, Adam Lee in the dragster. Sponsored by Smokin' Aces Repair, Schaefer's, and his oil rep, Harley Stout. 004 red for Adam, win Joe Clemming. Scotty Zingenhorn, his Corvette. Flying Farmer Scott. 11:30, 11:25 exactly. That means we are fast approaching the lunch hour. Go to concessions and get yourself some lunch. Go see Janet and the kids down there. Hot dogs, hamburgers, walking tacos, nachos, fries, cheese fries. She can help you out, take care of lunch for you. Pepsi products in the fridge, bottled water in the fridge, energy drinks also in the fridge if that's what you need. So go see Janet down in concessions because lunchtime fast approaching. Our junior dragster partners for 2026. Full Landscapes. Thank you, Full Landscapes. Twisted Shifters. Ed Morse Chevrolet. Jeff Bright RV. Brooks Farm Tiling. The Beauty Shop. Cryer Motorsports. Bulk Performance. Nikki Greenwood Realty. London's Auto Spa. Don Julio's Mexican Restaurant. Memories in the Making. Motion Raceworks. Reaver Plumbing. Choppers Bar and Grill. And Loberg Automotive, our sponsors this year in our junior dragster program. Week here at Cordova Dragway, Junior Chaos is in the house. We will have junior drag racing galore both Saturday and Sunday, July 18th and 19th. It's a junior-only event. No big cars, juniors only, and we look to have a lot of you. Junior Chaos. From what I understand, I believe the prize on Saturday, first place pays $5,000. Now, don't take me to task on that, but that's what I believe I was told yesterday. So, nice payout for Junior Chaos. July 18th and 19th here at Cordova Dragway. We will also have some Jets cars in the house July 18th for your entertainment. So come on out to Junior Chaos and watch the future of our sport go to war for one of those big checks. $5K on the line. Got a little track prep going on right now as we get ready for second round of action, and No Box will be coming out on the track shortly. Remind everybody, our next bracket race will be July 25th, Saturday, July 25th. The Midwest Top Sportsmen will be visiting Saturday and Sunday both, and to accommodate them and to keep our time under control, the amount of time we spend racing Saturday. That Saturday, July 25th, one-timed run only for all our bracket racers. One-timed run only, just like we do on Sunday. So that's July 25th, bracket points race number 8.
Here at Freedom Motorsports, 1204 South Galena Avenue, Dixon, Illinois. We're the #1 CF Moto dealer in the Midwest. And we don't mess around. Top brands, side-by-sides, rugged quads. We've got them ready for your next adventure. Need repairs? Our expert team keeps you unstoppable. Order your machine, we'll build it in-house, no delay. And yes, we've got financing ready to roll. From custom accessories to window tint, helmets, clothing, everything you need. So come on down today. Let's get you on the trail and find your freedom.
When you need hardcore chassis components, there's only one name, Quartermax Racing, home of 43 world championships. If it's tough enough for a 5,000 horsepower Pro Mod, it's the highest quality for your car. We manufacture it all, from four-link systems to anti-roll bars, right here in-house. Don't just race, dominate. Quartermax Racing, Pro Mod tough, bracket ready. Visit quartermax.com.
American made, Twisted Shifters makes something for nearly anyone. Custom shift knobs for hot rods to haulers, muscle cars, imports, four-wheel drives to the big rigs that keep America moving. Billet aluminum and stainless steel, CNC machined right here in Illinois. Classic and retro shift knobs in hundreds of colors, all with custom laser engraving and full color logo options. And custom heavy-duty walking canes. Order yours today at twistedshifters.com.
All right, second round, no box. Coming at you. Petey McGlynn by the tower in the FED, and Nate Schrader, yes, 10 pick 'em up truck. Pete the runner out of Long Grove, Nate out of Fulton, Illinois. Works at B Wrenching, his dad's business. Pretty similar on the hit. Pete McGlynn with the victory. Dead on with a 3:062 light. So, 065 package for Pete, and that'll be good enough to win second round. Malachi Paxton in his little Mustang. Malachi was out here Friday night getting in runs as well. He's burnt plenty of fuel in the little Ford this weekend. Let's see if it does him some good, but he's got to get by Steve Johnson here. Malachi, red light, Johnson, victory, 027 up front. 81 with a 5 on his 675. Jimmy Pruitt, the Beretta out of Fulton. Brandon Weeds, the Vega out of Clinton. Oh, 17 for Weeds, and Pruitt left late. He breaks out trying to make up the difference. He sees that time slip, and he was probably crumple it up and throw it on the ground. Brandon Weeds the win, 017. Light, 698 with a 2 on a 687 the time. Steve Pipkin, East Moline runner, taking on Terry Heller out of Morrison. Couple mini cars, you might say, or call them economy cars. That's the way they were produced, for economy purposes. Good gas mileage. And these two gentlemen have turned them into race cars. .008 on the hit for Heller. He's going to get the win as Pifkin breaks out. 690 with a 4 on the 687. Liking on this, Brandon Loomis got a good looking little red S10 down there. I like the paint on this thing. Fiberglass hood, cowl induction. You can't go wrong with a cowl induction hood on anything. It makes anything cooler. Jace Deering and his copper roadie. Jace out of Clinton. Brandon out of Milan. Jace with the advantage. Reaction time wise. Breakout run. Brandon Loomis win to Deering. Dead on with a 6. 017 up front for Jace. Thomas Carroll in the miniature Corvette, or as he calls it, an Opal. These things pretty popular when they were mass produced once upon a time. They were an economy car as well, little 4-bolt wheels on them. They really were a smallish car. If you had any real size to you, you couldn't own one of these. It just wasn't enough room in the cab for you. They made great race cars, and we used to have lots of them out here. Now they're become kind of rare, so not as many Opel race cars as there used to be. Tom Clemmy on the motorcycle, taking him on, and Clemmy owns him on the tree and takes the win. 661 with a 7 on the 58, as Carroll was definitely sleeping on the hit. Mike Clark into Monte Carlo. Kevin Lancaster, 37 Chevrolet Coupe out of Shannon, Illinois. Clark running out of Silvis. Oh, 13 light for Lancaster. And the win to Lancaster. 631 with a 1 on the 629 ET. Racing Jason Huggins. Little Vegas station wagon. Got a couple Vegas station wagons running this weekend. This is one of them. All fiberglass front clip for Jason. You can definitely tell. He's out of Morrison, taking on Ryan Robinson, Comanche, Iowa, with the Monte Carlo. Red light start. Huggins, Win Robinson. Ryan Robinson was 044 on the hit. Dead on with a 3 with the ET. Double O Doug Lancaster, the truck driver out of Morrison, Illinois. I think he's done both, but he's a truck driver by trade, or used to be. With the silver Nova. Scotty Parker, 84 Kawasaki by the Tower. Oh, 12 reaction time, Double O Doug. Win, though, to Scotty Parker as Lancaster takes too much stripe. Breaks out. Scotty takes too much stripe as well, but not as much, so he'll get the win. Ends up going 97 with a 5 on his 98, so 5 thousandths under, 500ths under for Parker. Maureen Lancaster, 69 Camaro. Jennifer Wilson, 86, I think, Camaro. James Bond light for Maureen, 007, and she'll get the win. 42 with a 6 on her 638. Brian Robinson went some rounds yesterday in the S10, the silver truck. And so did Tyler Brooks in the orange Monte Carlo as he won our modified /race / no box race yesterday. So a couple of tough competitors duking it out in second round. Robinson in pre-stage, and so is Brooks in pre-stage, so is Robinson. 001 light for Tyler, and that's how you win races. Sure enough, Brian Robinson breaks out trying to make up the difference. 93 with a 7 for Tyler Brooks on the 691 dial. Dale Jones, the classic 65 Dodge Coronet. Freedom Motorsports Lane taking on Derek Snodgrass in the classic Ford Falcon. Running out of Albany. $400 advantage for the Ford. Double breakout win for Derek Snodgrass. I tell you, he's had a great weekend with the little Falcon, going rounds. Jacob Miner, the third generation Camaro by the Tower. Cole Robinson in his Malibu. win, second round trophy. Excuse me, that was trophy final. So Brandon Phillips, our winner in trophy today. Congratulations. He ends up going 1476 with a 7 on his 81. It was a double breakout run, but decided right on the starting line as Dykema red lighted. Box bike, let's have you back up here for second round. No box bike, lane 5. Box bike, have you back up here second round. Box bike, lane 4. Junior. Frankie McGlynn by the tower, J-Mo Clark. The Berkey's Farm Store lane, the spectator's side.
They're still blades? Okay.
Almost black dragster. Ty's got an advantage reaction time wise. Sponsored by Crazy Joe Wraps, Blue Collar Rods and Rides. Loomis sponsored by Chopper's Bar and Grill, and Jace Loomis gets the win. Nice run for Jace. 14.00 with a 4 on his 13.99, so tucking right up on that ET. All right, sportsmen, I've been requested to call you again, which means you guys ain't up in the lanes yet. We're missing some of you. Sportsmen, 6 and 7. Box to 8 and 9. Box, second round eliminations, 8 and 9.
Check, check, check.
All right, new batteries in place in the cordless mic, and here we go. That's Delilah Sawville, the Rap Rat Machine. Colorful dragster. Elijah Warner by the tower. Elijah with the red light. So Delilah, the win. 1384 on her 1342. All right, sportsmen, you should be on the lanes. Box, you should be on the way. Bikes, you should be in the lanes. Everybody, second round action. Lydia Coonan, our bye run. It's Joe Clemmy against Tom Clemmy. We had this matchup last night, brother on brother, and Joe took Tom out, which is doing something. Tom's our points leader. Well, Tom straps him with a 008 light, and I think he's paying him back. He sure is. Tom Clemmy, 534 the 4 on the 523. Kyle Carter had some mechanical issues with his sickle first round. Back in second round, had to buy his way back into the race. And he's the guy in the Berkey's Farm Store lane taking on Turtle. Sponsored by his awesome wife, Tyla. .011 on the hit for Kyle. .026 for Turtle. Kyle Carter the win. 91 with a 7 on his 590. And here's our bye run, it looks like. Mr. Randy Lynch. Opportunity to talk about sportsman points a lot this weekend, but our points leader coming into the weekend in the beams right now, that's Brandon Phillips with the 4-door Impala. Andrew Dykema taking him on. Clean and green for both of these racers. Phillips keeps on winning. Brendo, 1480 with a 6 on the 1479, 042 light. Terry Heller in the Vega wagon against Friday night Phil Masick. Phil, a member of our Cordova Hall of Fame with his white Nova. But he red lights. Heller with a win, just like that. Jason Smith in the AMC Javelin. Jason's dad used to run this car at the racetrack. Rest in peace, Mr. Smith. Jason piloting the AMC product now. Jamie Rexroad out of East Moline, Illinois, Berkey's Farm Store lane. Rexroad suffering from premature acceleration, red lights, win, Jason Smith. Carl Bucky Owens, the Red Firebird. John Stickler, red light first round, bought back in. He's in the Camaro. It's a little Pontiac on Chevrolet, Camaro on Firebird. And they're both green. And we got a race. Double breakout win for Bucky. 1363 with a 6 on his 1370. As Stickler takes too much stripe, takes the loss. Norm Wheats with yet another Firebird. This is a Trans Am, following Bucky down the racetrack. Norm, the runner out of Clinton, and out of Tampico, Illinois, it's Christopher Peterson in the 56 Chevrolet. Good green light starts. Pretty good lights by both these competitors. Double breakout win, Norm Wheats. And we had a lot of breakout wins so far in Sportsman today. So these cars are battling out at the finish line. Somebody taking the stripe and taking too much stripe. But boy, I tell you, it's hard to gauge sometime who should take it and who should not. You have to try and feel at how your reaction time was. Greggy Wheats, 1263 his dial. Chris Tesler, or Setzer, 1237 his dial. And the electric Tesla. Double breakout win again. Wow, that's 3 in a row. And this one time it's Chris Setzer with the double breakout win as Greggy takes too much of the finish line. And onward we go to box. Last night's winner, box winner coming up here, Dan Beal, red lighted first round. Back for second round with a little less money in his back pocket as he had to buy back in, taking on Scotty Zingenhorn in the Corvette. Double 09 on the hit for Beal. He's back at the good lights. He'll get the win. 650 with a 7 on a 649, and that's what Danny was doing last night. Double O lights all day long. So Dan back on that horse. Dan Lassart, the River City Engineering Dragster. Out of Bellevue. Bobby Ince Jr., the Black Nova out of Kewanee. Pretty good green lights by both of these competitors. Bobby Ince Jr., 25 over, 013 up front. Good enough for the win. Margin of victory, 1,000th of a second. Woo, that was a race. Sean Dieter's in this dragster that he built himself, I believe, 4 years ago now. Been running this machine ever since. Jeff Wheats and the Barracuda he built about 100 years ago. Oh my gosh, not true, but seems like it. He's been racing a long time. Whoops, 005 red for Dieters. He knew it. He jumps off the gas, shaves his equipment. Wheats with a win. Here comes Hannah Ince in her little last dime pickup truck. They spent Friday night testing this thing, trying to get the wheelies cut down a bit. This thing was putting it on the bumper on a regular basis, which is great entertainment, but not always great for the driver or the reaction time or the bracket racing ET, and Hannah knew that, so she's got her settled down now. Brian Thomas won first round because his opponent broke out, even though Thomas couldn't even make the run. He had some issues with his trans brake. So BT with a nice little break in first round, but he's got to take Hannah out to advance to third. 013 red for BT, 004 on the hit for Hannah. Hannah ends up 601 with a 2 on the 598. Kenny Barsama over here by the tower. Don't have a name on the gunmetal gray dragster, but I know one of these two matched up already today. I'm not sure if it was first round, but I seen them together. I remember it. Don't have a great memory, but it wasn't that long ago. Barsama out of Fulton. Barsama Family Racing. .020 on the hit for Kenny. Breakout run for the gray machine, and Barsama with the win. 26 over, .020 up front for Kenny. Chris Dieters, the 66 Le Mans, beautiful car her dad built. He's standing behind her. Ran this car himself for about a year, and then Chrissy stepped into the seat and never gave it back. Had to write him a check so she could run it full time, but this is her car now. Tony Pullen in the Blazer. Red light start, Pullen. Win for Dieters. 009 on the hit for Chris, so good run. And she's only 11 over on her ET, so good .020 package for Chrissy Dieters. Scotty Marsden by the tower in the dragster. He has set on fire. But he's got a tough opponent in Anthony Lane. Anthony wasn't able to make first round action yesterday. Had some mechanical issues with his dragster. Fixed it. Fought back into second round and won a ton of rounds anyway. So that's what happens when you're a mechanic by trade, which is what Anthony is. Whoa, some issues for Scotty. Car did not launch. And Anthony's going to get that win easily. And senior Freedom Motorsports Lane. No box, let's get you up here. 6 and 7. No box, 6 and 7 for third round. Box, let's get you up here. Third round. Let's get you rolling. 6 and 7. Doug Shear in La Vega. Good looking little race car with that gunmetal gray, black wheels in the front. All business. Whoa, Bobby Ince Sr. 008 on the hit. He is maintaining his reign of terror as he goes dead on with a 9. Good run for Ince Sr. 017 package. Jacob Stansberry, the long and skinny by the tower. And that's Jay Wilson and Dad's blue Camaro. Jay usually piloting the little Wilson family racing deuce out here. This week in the blue Camaro, which they put together over the winter for Dad to race. Stansberry with 200ths advantage. Stansberry the win. 502 of the 4 on the 471 dial. Mick Magner, who I stated earlier in the Maloney's Pub Dragster, went a lot of rounds yesterday, all the way to the semifinals. Jay's had some car difficulties as he is down just past the 8th mile marker, pulled over with the Camaro. They've been trying to iron that thing out now for weeks. That's the way it is with race cars. They don't always cooperate, and they usually got to fight them hand and tooth to get them to run the way you want them to. I'm in the fight myself with 2 of mine. Yes, I own 2 race cars. Yes, I am that dumb. And I'm in combat with both of them myself, trying to get these things on the racetrack and running. All right, racers, got a little fluid on the track. You can walk away from your race cars, take a bit of a break. I don't think there's a lot of fluid on the track, but a little bit, so let's not venture off too far. But it will be a few minutes while we do a little track cleanup. Remind everybody of our motorcycle class sponsors here in 2026. That would be Clemmy Performance, Durham Construction, and 9966 Holdings. Next week, Junior Chaos here at Cordova Dragway. That would be July 18th and 19th, a 2-day race. $5,000 on the line for Saturday's race. Jackson Reeves up in the tower with me. What would you do with that kind of money, Jax, if you won it?
I'd probably save it.
Save it. Well, that is a responsible thing to do. That I like that idea. Spend it later on. Don't hear many kids say that. Usually it's, I'd buy the newest video game available and a few games to go with it and yada, yada, yada. But Jax, he's got a responsible attitude. Good to hear. So $5K on the line Saturday. I think $3K on the line Sunday. Don't hold me to that. That's just some information I was fed yesterday. But that's what we got going on next weekend here. Junior Chaos, Saturday and Sunday, both here at Cordova Dragway. We will have a couple of jet cars for entertainment on Saturday as well. So Junior Chaos, Cordova Dragway, July 18th and 19th. Right after that, Saturday, July 25th, bracket points race number 8.
Here at Freedom Motorsports.
Sponsored by
1204 South Galena Avenue, Dixon, Illinois.
Quartermax
Number
Chassis
one
and
CF
Racing
Moto dealer in the
Components.
Midwest.
Right after that, July 26th, bracket points race number 9. Right back here on a Sunday. So we're doubling up again the weekend after as we are in the meat of our racing schedule, to say the least. Up here in the tower with me as well. Elijah, you win that $5,000 prize on Saturday. What are you going to do with it?
I don't know.
He don't know, but I'll bet he figures it out. Got a brand new video game in his hand. Maybe have to update that thing. So next week, Junior Chaos here at Cordova Dragway. Come on out and see the future of drag racing go head to head. We should have a lot of race cars here for that event. No big cars at all juniors next weekend.
It's time. The Twisted Shifter Summer National, presented by 360 Steel. Cordova Dragway, Friday and Saturday, June 19th and 20th. From across the country, it's extreme top fuel nitro dragsters, supercharged bunny cars, radical pro mods, nostalgia pro stocks, and more. June 19th and 20th, Cordova Dragway blasting out at 6 p.m. Nitro alters, nostalgia gassers, super shifters, and more. Plus flame-throwing jet bunny cars. The Twisted Shifter Summer National. $35 covers the action for both events. Cordova Dragway. We're gonna blow you away.
Here at Freedom Motorsports. 1204 South Galena Avenue, Dixon, Illinois. We're the number one CF Moto dealer in the Midwest. And we don't mess around. Top brands, side-by-sides, rugged quads. We've got them ready for your next adventure. Need repairs? Our expert team keeps you unstoppable. Order your machine, we'll build it in-house, no delay. And yes, we've got financing ready to roll. From custom accessories to window tint, helmets, clothing, everything you need. So come on down today. Let's get you on the trail and find your freedom.
When you need hardcore chassis components, there's only one name, Quartermax Racing, home of 43 World Championships. If it's tough enough for a 5,000 horsepower Pro Mod, it's the highest quality for your car. We manufacture it all, from four-link systems to anti-roll bars, right here in-house. Don't just race, dominate. Quartermax Racing, Pro Mod tough, bracket ready. Visit quartermax.com.
American made. Twisted Shifters makes something for nearly anyone. Custom shift knobs for hot rods to haulers, muscle cars, imports, four-wheel drives to the big rigs that keep America moving. Billet aluminum and stainless steel, CNC machined right here in Illinois. Classic and retro shift knobs in hundreds of colors, all with custom laser engraving and full color logo options. And custom heavy-duty walking canes. Order yours today at twistedshifters.com.
All right, got a couple more junior dragsters in the tower with me. Let's say that you win the $5,000 prize next Saturday, Landon Cook. What are you going to do with it?
I don't know. Probably save it or invest in my 3D printer.
A 3D printer. Well, that'd be cool. Then you can print your own dragster. Probably not that big, but who knows? But that 3D printers are cool though. You can make all kinds of stuff. PJ McGlynn up here too. He said he wins the $5,000. He's going to give it to his sisters. He told me that as soon as he came in the door. Ain't that what you said, PJ?
No, I didn't say that.
So PJ, you win $5,000. What are you doing?
So I'm probably going to build a gaming PC, and then I'm going to invest it back into my racing career.
That's some smart thinking, PJ. Next week, we'll all be on the line. Maybe one of these four guys takes home the 5K on Saturday or the 3K on Sunday. $3,000, nothing to sneeze at either. Here comes another junior drag racer, Mason McGlynn in the tower. All right, Mace, you win the $5,000 next Saturday. What you going to do with it?
I don't know. Probably just save it.
Man, that's a lot of the idea around here. Everybody going to stick it in the savings account. That's a lot of responsibility for you guys. I like that. That's cool to hear.
American made. Twisted Shifters makes something for nearly anyone. Custom shift knobs for hot rods to haulers, muscle cars, imports, four-wheel drives to the big rigs that keep America moving. Billet aluminum and stainless steel, CNC machined right here in Illinois. Classic and retro shift knobs in hundreds of colors, all with custom laser engraving and full color logo options. Custom heavy-duty walking canes. Order yours today at twistedshifters.com.
When you need hardcore chassis components, there's only one name, Quartermax Racing, home of 43 World Championships. If it's tough enough for a 5,000 horsepower Pro Mod, it's the highest quality for your car. We manufacture it all, from four-link systems to anti-roll bars, right here in-house. Don't just race, dominate. Quartermax Racing, Pro Mod tough, bracket ready. Visit quartermax.com.
Here at Freedom Motorsports, 1204 South Galena Avenue, Dixon, Illinois. We're the #1 CF Moto dealer in the Midwest. And we don't mess around. Top brands, side-by-sides, rugged quads. We've got them ready for your next adventure. Need repairs? Our expert team keeps you unstoppable. Order your machine. We'll build it in-house, no delay. And yes, we've got financing ready to roll. From custom accessories to window tint, helmets, clothing, everything you need. So come on down today. Let's get you on the trail and find your freedom.
When you need hardcore chassis components, there's only one name, Quartermax Racing, home of 43 World Championships. If it's tough enough for a 5,000 horsepower Pro Mod, it's the highest quality for your car. We manufacture it all, from four-link systems to anti-roll bars, right here in-house. Don't just race, dominate. Quartermax Racing, Pro Mod tough, bracket ready. Visit quartermax.com.
Right, racers, we are dragging, and that means the ugly part is over with when it comes to the fluid cleanup. A little bit of dragging with the tractor, and we will be back to racing. So, racers, start heading towards your cars if you're out in the staging lanes, because it won't be too much longer, and we should be back on track. So we're down to dragging on the racing surface. We got the ugly part over with. Wasn't too bad of a spill, but every time you get a little bit of fluid on the track, we do have to give it our attention. Safety, number one concern here at Cordova, but on our passes for dragging right now, it won't be too much longer. Racers, back to your race cars, please. key phrase out of the crew out on the track, and that key phrase was last lap. So racers to your cars. It won't be long now, and we're back on the racetrack.
Okay, goodbye, Leighton.
Might as well call juniors to the lanes. We might as well call juniors to the lanes while we have a minute here. We have no box in the lanes now, super to 5, novice to 4. Let's get juniors rolling for your third round. Once again, we'll take our super juniors to 5, our novice juniors to 4 for third round. engine's running. That is good. That is a good thing. And back to racing we go in our box class. So no box, you should be in 6 and 7 or on your way. Super Junior to 5, Novice Junior to 4. Wrench Ken in a Top Fuel Comet. Little nitrous action going on there as he purges the tank. Taking on Mick the Magner in his all-black dragster. I like to tease Kent by calling it the Top Fuel Comet with his big Top Fuel wing he has on the back, but this car is pretty fast. And he bought this thing brand new in 1972. Unfortunately, Rich with a red light, Mick with the win. Magner out the back door with a 505 on his 503. Ryan Barton in the Oldsmobile Bubble, the Cutlass. And I'm going to gamble that oh, there we go. That's Ted Cannon next to him. I missed Ted on his burnout. I was thinking for a minute that Barton had a competition single, but that's because I wasn't seeing Ted. It's a little door car on dragster. Mechanical bridge work over here by the tower. Ted running out of Rochelle. 012 on the hit for Barden. 026 for Cannon. Win for the dragster. 94 the 3 on the 491 dial. And here is Mr. Pat McGlynn, 5-time champion himself. Pat trying to turn his season around, has not had the year that he has had in the past. That is for sure. And looking to change that right now. Taking on Brady Wolf in his turbo LS motored machine. Pat's had just a tad bit of red light-itis here so far this year. Oh, sweet light for Pat this time. 014 on the hit. And he takes the win. 95 with an 8 on the 92. So Pat McGlynn on the winning trail once again. Brando Phillips. Navy blue dragster out of Fulton. Thing looks pretty black in the nighttime racing, but it's navy blue. And that is Mark Clark in his Z28 69 Camaro. There we go. Door car on dragster. Mark been running this car for, I believe, 5 years. Only race car he's ever owned, actually. He has another Camaro that he used to race from time to time, but that's basically a street car. Pretty close reaction times. Only 5 thousandths difference. Win Brandon Phillips. 537 with a 2 on the 534. 011 up front for Brandon. 016 reaction time for Clark. So win to the dragster. And here comes another turbo LS motor machine. Dad following son down the racetrack. This is Ben Wolf taking on Stormin Norman Waits and the 65 Dodge Coronet. Recreation of a drag car he ran about 30 years ago, I'm going to say. Sold that and went a different direction. Saw this car and saw, hey, great opportunity to recreate a car that I remember fondly. So he did just that. 010 on the hit for Wolf. And Ben gets the win. 21 over, 010 up front, Ben Wolf. 031 package. Little motorcycle action coming at you, and that's Joe Clemmy taking on Adam Lee, the motor on a stick. Adam sponsored by Smokin' Aces Repair, Scheffler's, and his oil rep, Carly Stout. Good to have an oil rep. All these cars and bikes and trucks need oil. 015 reaction time, Adam. He'll get the win. 29 with a 9 on the 22. Here comes our points leader in box, or was our points leader coming into the weekend. That is Tricky Ricky Verkler. Granddaughter in the tower. It looks like Rick's got a bye. Good for Rick, win for Rick. All good things for Mr. Verkler. 016 on the hit nonetheless. Good lap. He goes 68 with a 3 on the 66, and we go on to no box. Super Junior to 5, Novice Junior to 4. All right, let's get our bikes up here. No box bike to 5, box bike to 4. No box bike to 5, box bike to 4. Pete McGlynn, the FED by the tower out of Long Grove against Brennan Wheats, White Trash Vega. Brennan's been a killer here lately. And I mean shooting the lights out of the tree. As he's in about his 6th year, I believe, of piloting this little Chevrolet, and he's got it down. Right on cue, 010 light for Brennan, 008 red for Pete. Stevie Johnson, the Monte Carlo, Jay Steering, our points leader in no box, coming into the weekend in the Copper Roadie, sponsored by his dad's business, Adrian's Auto, out of Comanche. Stevie Johnson wants to point out this race car for sale. He had this thing listed as a roller over the winter. Nobody bit, so he put a motor in it, decided I'm going racing. But he's done for the day with an 011 red light, and Jace is going to get the win. Dead on with a 5 for Deering, 017 light. Here comes our Tesla, still in the running in no box. He's a killer in sportsman, not so much in no box, but he's going rounds today. Andy Cook in the Camaro. About an 80, I'm thinking that thing is, maybe 81. Z28, and boy, she's a beauty. What did you say, 82? It's an 82, you think? Okay. Well, I don't know. Oh, Chris with a bit of an advantage on the hit. Can Andy make it up? He breaks out trying. Chris Setzer with a win. 29 over, 040 up front, 069 the package. Good enough for the win for the Tesla man. Maureen Lancaster, that beautiful 69 SSRS 69 Camaro. Taking on Ryan Robinson, the red Monte Carlo. Out of Comanche. Red light Robinson, win Lancaster. We need no box bike to 5, box bike to 4. Sportsman back as well, 6 and 7. Sportsman 6 and 7. Let's have you back to the lanes. Oh, 33 light Heller, oh, 66 light Clemmy. That is not Tom's usual light. Wow, I don't know what he was looking at, but Tom cut a ton of 00 lights in his lifetime. Not this time, as Heller takes him out. Dead on with a 2, Terry Heller. Cole Robinson in his Malibu. Second year running this car. Bought it as a roller in 2024 over the winter. It put his own engine tranny combination in it. Scotty Parker by the tower in the Suzuki. Actually, it's a Kawasaki. Kind of threw me off. It's a Kawasaki, but he has a Suzuki jacket on, so he's crossing brands there a little bit. I'm going to have to talk to Scott about that. Can't be doing that crap. But Scott gets the win. Dead on with a 1. Good run for Scott. Von Warner, the Chevy man. Dial in 674. Parker Zimmerman, the Pontiac man. He's in at 631. Oh, red light start for Siobhan. So Parker going to get the win. 37 Chevy approaching up here by the tower. That is Mr. Kevin Lancaster. Ford Falcon. And I tell you what, Derek has been in that spectator lane all weekend long. He loves it over there. That little Ford Falcon out of Albany, Derek Snodgrass. All right, sportsmen, you should be on your way if you're not here. All right, Bobby Inch Jr. by the tower. Tyler Brooks, his opponent. Tyler Brooks, 006 green. Tyler Brooks win. 20 over on his ET. So Tyler takes the win, takes Inch Jr. out for the day. Out next will be our juniors.
fire in the Freedom Motorsports Lane down in at an 890 racing. Frankie McGlynn in the Berkeys down in at a 791. Frankie's gonna have to wait almost a second and watch Leighton head down the track. He's got him on the tree by a country mile. The win running at 96 on her 91. Raymond's a 98 on his 90.
We have Loudon Ernest in the Freedom Motorsports lane versus Jaden Reeves in the Berkeys lane. Jaden's dialed in 791 and Loudon is dialed in 893. Loudon has Jaden on the tree by a lot. Loudon with the win. In the Freedom Motorsports lane dialed in at an 820 going against Gracie Shaver and the Berkeys lane dialed in at 890. Fred giving the automatic win to Gracie. Gracie runs a 887 from her 890, but it doesn't matter because it landed and went red.
Painter in the Freedom Motorsports lane down in at an 8-0. Chloe in the Berkeys lane down in at an 801. They're only separated by 100th on the launch. Chloe's got her on the tree. Double breakout. Chloe takes the win, breaking out 7th out. Bailey breaks out 500.
We have Madison McGlynn in the Freedom Motorsports lane dialed in at an 806 and Calvin Holt in the Berkeys lane dialed in at an 890. And Madison McGlynn with the advantage on the tree. And she takes the win, running an 806 on her 806, dead on with a 1, and Calvin Holt running an 890 on his 890.
And we got Alexa Burlett, dial to 750. And in the left lane, it's Jill Full, dial to 769. Close reaction time. And Alexa's taking the win. Double breakout. Alexa, she only broke out by almost 300. 300s.
We have Cameron Verkler in the Freedom Motorsports lane down in at an 807, and Gunnar Painter in the Berkey's lane down in at an 890. And Gunnar with the advantage. And Gunnar takes the win, running a 893 on his 890, and Cammy running an 813 on her 807.
That's at the buy, dial to 790. Fight for Ireland Snodgrass. Lydia Coonan, dial to 790 in the Freedom Motorsports lane, 1190. And Jace Loomis in the Berkey's lane, dial to 1398. With the advantage on the tree. Lydia with the win, 1193 on her 1190. No box, missing one.
Sawville in the Freedom Motorsports lane against Jacob Coonan in the Berkey's lane. Delilah's dialed in 1379 and Jacob's dialed in 1390. And Delilah kicks it red, giving Jacob Coonan the win.
Sportsmen, let's have you. Next round, sportsmen, let's get rolling for next. Oh, I'm sorry. Box. Let's get you rolling. Sportsmen, you should be already in the lane. Sportsmen 6 and 7. Box 8 and 9. Box, let's get you rolling for next round action. Box. I want to thank my junior drag racing announcers for once again giving me a little break. And I had a bunch of them up here in the tower this time. Yesterday it was only a couple. I think I had eight of them up here just now. Having kids in the tower liven this place up a little bit. Box 8 and 9. Box 8 and 9. Come on up. Third round. Kyle Carter on his orange machine. Randy Lynch opposing him on the green machine. Kyle with a bit of advantage on the reaction time, but the win goes to Randy Lynch. 14 over, 030 on the let go for Lynch. 0419 light for Carter, but he couldn't make it work at the stripe. Once again, box third round, 8 and 9. Box third round, 8 and 9, please. Tom Clemmy over here on a bike that is new to me. Usually he runs Old Pinky. Not this week. Maybe he broke something on the pink motorcycle. Robert Murphy on the bike that he looks like he painted with a spray can. Leaves before the tree even activates. That hands the automatic victory to Tom Clemmy. Murphy might have had a few mechanical issues. The trans brake didn't hold on the bike or something along those lines. Scott Parker by the tower, Jeremy Murphy, spectator side. Parker in at 599, Murphy dialed 588 in that bright blue and green Suzuki. But Parker with an advantage on reaction time. He'll take that to a win in a double breakout race. Here we go with Sportsman. Down to 6 cars in Sportsman. Here's our first pair. Bucky Owens in the Firebird. Jason Smith, the Javelin. Both get away clean and green. Win goes to Jason Smith on the AMC. Dead on with a 1. Nice lap by Smith. Chris Setzer in the Tesla by the tower. He's in at 1234. Brandon Phillips, the Impala, in at 1477. Brando trying to get a win in one of these classes this week, this day. I was talking to him in the staging lanes Friday night, and work is getting in the way of him racing for the next several weeks. A terrible thing to hear. But he breaks out, and that ends his day in Sportsman. Chris Setzer, the win. 1236 with a 6 on the 1234. Norton Wheats, Trans Am. Terry Eller, Vega. Up the difference, and he gets the win. 12-13 with a 9 as Wheats breaks out. 0-22 light for Terrible Terry. One of you, we're missing one of you in box, and I see one coming up, so it might be who we're missing. But box, you should be on your way if you're not already here. Box action. Dan Beal over here by the tower. Dan won our box race yesterday. Running his little third generation Camaro. Jeff Wheat's in the Barracuda. It's a little door car on door car crime. Not one of Dan's better lights. And it'll cost him. Jeff Wheat's the win. Dead on with the 6. Ben Wolf been over in that Berkey's Farm Store lane all day long with his twin turbo dragster, taking on Anthony Lane, crew chief by his wife Deb. Brake doesn't hold on Ben's car. That's likely what happened there, because he started trying to come up against the chip and the car started moving, so maybe didn't have it in first gear. Hard to say, but the brake did not hold, and that'll cost him the drag race. Anthony Lane the win. Adam Lee, who's been doing well this weekend with his black motor on a stick. Bobby Inch Jr. breaking out the Nova again this weekend after some engine repairs. Seems to be adjusting to his new engine combination, getting better and better as the rounds go on. I'm looking forward to a stellar reaction time and a great race out of both of these drivers. Right on cue, Leo 12, it's Junior 016, win to Adam Lee. He's dead on with a 9 on his ET, so it's not able to match the ET, and Adam Lee gets the win. Rick Berkler needs some wins, needs to keep going rounds. Got a lead in box coming into the weekend. It wasn't a lot, but he might have padded it a little. He's had a decent weekend. Kenny Barsama looking to end his reign right here, right now. Berkey's Farm Store lane. Barsama, the old red eye, 009 is the punishment. And Ricky Berkler with another round win. 017 on the hit for Tricky Ricky. Pat McGlynn going rounds today. Not his favorite lane, but racing nonetheless. To the lanes, no box. Let's have you back 6 and 7 for 4th round. No box. Let's go. 4th round action. Jake Stansbury opposing Pat. And Pat's got a repeating car, but boy, he's been all over the place on his reaction times in 2026. And once again, red light for Pat. Stansbury the win, dead on with a 7. Chris Dieters in the 66 Le Mans. Ted Cannon, the mechanized bridge work out of Rochelle, Illinois. James Bond light for Cannon, and Chrissy's in trouble. Sure enough, Ted Cannon dead on with a 7, and we are at with that time of the day in our box class. If you can't run dead on or cut a 00 light, you are probably done for the day. I put our box racers up against any box racers in the Midwest. These guys are good, and that means a capital G. Bobby Ent Sr. went to the final last night. In the tower, Mick Magner, semifinals last night. Spectator lane, and we need no box back to the lanes. No box for round 4. You have been called back to the lanes. James Bond light for Magner. And he'll get the win as Bobby Ince saw that red light come on, so he just got off the gas. And he'll coast it out to the end. Magner ends up going too fast for his ET, but it don't matter. That thing was decided right on the starting hit. And here comes Ince Sr.'s daughter following him down the racetrack in her S10 pickup truck. Hannah's usually got a win in her every season. This little truck and that girl is a tough combination to beat. Brandon Phillips trying to do just that in the blue dragster out of Fulton. Oh, and just like Dad, Hannah goes red, 003 red for Ince. Phillips with a win. No boxes should be in the lanes. All right, juniors, let's have you back. Super to 5, novice final to 4. Super to 5, novice final to 4. Juniors back to the lanes. Once again, juniors, super to 5, novice to 4. We're down to a final in our novice junior class. That's a. No box. All right, Brendan Wheats, White Trash Vega, Maureen Lancaster, the SS Camaro. Boy, pretty good lights by both of them. Brendan with a bit of an advantage, and he'll take that to a win. Dead on with a 3 for Brennan Wheats, 046 up front. So Brennan's getting better, and that's what you got to do to win these races. Chris Setzer. All right, novice final. Need you to the lanes, and let's get our bikes rolling. We get on to 4. Motorcycles, no box and bike. Box both. Bikes, let's get you rolling. You know where to come. Setzer by the tower, Derek Snodgrass, spectator lane. And that is it as Setzer turns on the old red eye. Old 15 red. Snodgrass with a win. And I tell you, Derek's is doing a great job this weekend in the Fast Forward. Parker Zimmerman as well. He did well last time in our race with that Firebird. Going rounds again. We got a tough customer, 84 Kawasaki, piloted by Scott Parker out of Silvis. .006 on the hit for Scotty, 020 for Parker. Sure enough, Scotty Parker the win. Dead on with a 2, 008 package. For the sickle. Jay Steering, once again going rounds in no box. Came into this weekend leading points. Trying to pad that lead, but Terry Heller has been pretty money with his little Vega sedan. This time he goes 008 red, though, with the Chevrolet. And Jace will say, thank you very much. I'll go on to 5th round without you. I wasn't doing nothing. Tyler Brooks with a bye run. Good for him. He's going to 5th round. And boy, Tyler's had a great weekend.
Schaefer in the left lane, dialed in at an 890 race, and Frankie McGlynn dialed in at a 792. Frankie's going to have to wait 92, almost a whole second.
All motorcycles to the lanes. Sportsmen to the lanes.
She's got Frankie on the tree. So 100 trying to make up the difference. In the Freedom Lane, Dowden at 9-0, clean. Ryerland Snodgrass in the Berkey's Lane, Dowden at 790. Got Loudon on the tree. Double breakout round. Ryerland Snodgrass breaks out 400, and Loudon breaks out a whole 10th.
Painter in the Freedom Motorsports lane, Dowden at an 892, and Madison McGuinn in the Berkey's lane, Dowden at an 805. Vantage on the tree. Takes the win. Gunner Painter breaks out by 1,200, and Maddie gets the win. 6 on her 805.
Burlett in the left lane, dialed a 750.
Lynn in the right lane, Dowden at a 799. Alexa's gonna have to wait about half a second to stomp the gas down. Alexa's got Chloe on the tree by 500. Colette takes the win running a 53 on her 50. Chloe runs an 80 on her 799.
Coonan in the Berkey side, dialed in at a 11 1190, and Jacob Coonan and the Berkey side dialed in at a 1390. Lydia is going to have to wait for 2 seconds. Motorcycle. We're missing one motorcycle. The advantage on the tree. And Jacob takes the win, breaking out by 100, and Lydia takes the win.
All right, we were missing a bike last time I heard, so I hope all the motorcycles are in the lanes. If not, you need to be on your way. Box up here, sportsmen up here, please. Both classes, we're down to 3 in sportsmen, down to quarters in box. So we'll take box, we'll take sportsmen. Hey, semifinals in sportsmen, which means 3. Funny how Chris Setzer doesn't have to do a burnout. I have to ask him about that sometime and say, how come you don't have to do a burnout, Chris? But here he is in the Tesla by the tower, taking on Jason Smith in the AMC Javelin. Smith in at 1273 and the Tesla in at 1237. So here they start looking at each other. Who's going to take the stripe? Chris Setzer with a win. 12:58 with a 9 on his 12:37. Had about 400ths advantage on the reaction time. And here's his opponent in the little Vega wagon. That's Terry Heller. So he's going to take on the Tesla in the final in our sportsman class. And it sure looks like Heller is going to make a lap. I've heard nothing different. He takes a shot at the tree, doesn't work out for him, doesn't matter. There's no reason not to try. Kind of sharpen up your edge a bit for the final round. Sickles coming out, motorcycles. Semifinals. Once again, sportsmen, you should be up here. Box, if you're not here, you should be on your way. And we're getting to the time where we're running out of cars. And when that means we're getting deep into eliminations. Randy Lynch leaves before the tree activated. So Scotty Parker is going to get the win. A lot of times that happens when the brake doesn't hold the way it should on the bike. Here's our bye run. Tom Clemmy. Might as well get our no box guys rolling. Let's get our no box guys rolling down to 5. It's about time, but my substitute announcer finally got up here. He's been slacking all day long, and he finally rolled in. Good grief. You're not getting paid full wage today, buddy. Box, let's have you back to the lanes. Down to 5. Box, you should be in the lanes. Down to quarterfinals for Box, I believe.
All right, we have our box class rolling in the water. They're in the Freedom Motorsports lane. We have Adam Lee dialed in 521. Over there in the Berkey's lane, that's Anthony the Chicken Farmer lane, dialed in 493. I'm not sure if he still has chickens or not, but there for a while he did. All right, so after this round, if you win, bring it right back. They want to go home, as does everyone else. So round robin from here on out. Adam Lee dialed in 521. Anthony Lane dialed in 493. Both drivers are 00 red up front, but Lee left first. Adam Lee's 002 red, 2 above with a 4. Anthony's 6 red behind him, 2 thou under. Win light Anthony Lane. Next pair up, over here in the Freedom Motorsports lane, that's Rick Verkler, dialed in 467. Over there in the Berkey's lane, that's Jeff Wheats, dialed in 590. Both these guys been down the track a lot here at Cordova Dragway. Be curious to see or to know how long Jeff's been racing that car for, because I've seen it like that for as long as I can remember, the past 20-some years. 13th thou advantage going to Verkler. Top end win light gonna go to Rick Verkler. He's 15 up front, take 32 to be 3 above 3. 48 total. Jeff Wheats, let's go 28 up front, 5 above, no good. Win light, Rick Verkler. Next pair out, Freedom Motorsports lane, we got Jake Stansberry dialed in 474. Over there in the Berkey's lane, we have Mick Magner dialed in 505. Seventh hour advantage going to Magner. Top end, win light gonna go to Jake Stansberry. Mick Magner's 10 up front. He took 15 and break it out 13th thou. Stansberry's 17 up front, 15th thou behind, 5th thou breakout. Win light, Jake Stansberry. Next pair up, Freedom Motorsports lane, that's Brandon Phillips. He's dialed in 534. Over there in the Berkey's Farm Store lane, that's my buddy Ted Cannon, dialed in 492. As usual, him and I talked earlier. He said the car is killer, him not so much. So we'll see what happens. This is Brandon's last week of racing before he works a shutdown until October, I believe. Brandon's got a 16th thou advantage. Top end win light gonna go to Brandon.